Hello, welcome to the November 21st, 2023 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you can submit questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you could simply just ask your questions in the live chat field. We'll try to get through all of the questions in chronological order that they were asked. If you don't see an immediate response to your question, it could be that we just, sometimes we have many questions are kind of piled up, but we'll get through it chronologically. So if we get a void, if you don't see an immediate response, if we get a void asking the same question multiple times, that would be appreciated. When asking questions, if you could specify which level of Cubase you're running, so if it's Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, which version number, whether it's 11, 12, 13, and also which operating system, that information is often helpful. When asking questions, also if we want to, when you're asking questions, we should have all of the questions that were asked in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. So you can look for that several hours after the live stream. If you wanted to search for topics that have been asked in previous questions or in previous sessions, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and Jan from Stockholm is kind enough to create that website, and we're approaching 30,000 topics and questions. So we'll give a special thanks to Jan for creating that. We also want to give a special thanks to Jazz Dude and Agent K, who serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees, they just do it to make it a better community. And also we'll give kudos to Jazz Dude for his work with the Cubase Nation Discord. Just a quick programming note, Friday is a holiday in the United States, so we won't have our typical live stream this upcoming Friday, but we will resume on Tuesday the 28th, and that will be the last live stream of the month, which means we usually go for about 2 hours and do a Zoom social meetup. So just a quick note on that. So, and once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America, which is the U.S. distributor of Steinberg products, and I'm the host of the live stream. I'm just outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching the live stream, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. So Sam asks, thank you again for this. Would love to know if there's a way to add notes for a set of chords on a grid, etc. in the key editor. Okay, so let's say we have chords. I think I have a chord track here laid out. So let's say, if we have chords that are kind of, created here, we can now go to, if I select this particular track, I want to take these chords and line them up in the key editor. What we could do is, if you go to the project menu, let's go to the chord track and we'll say chords to MIDI, and that will automatically come here and just lay out the chords as was defined in the particular chord track, and we could create MIDI information directly there as well. So let me know if that is kind of what you're looking to do. All right, so we see a question from Sven. It says, I know I can move VST sound content with the Steinberg Library Manager, but can I move them all in one go to another disk, or do I have to move them one by one? All right, so there's a little trick with this, if you're not familiar with it. So we'll open up the Steinberg Library Manager. So if we wanted to move a number of libraries, instead of clicking on the Move button, we could click on the libraries. We see this little box just to the left. So we want to select those particular libraries and then click on the Move button. And from that point, all of those libraries, once we click here, we'll get asked to define a new location, and all of those libraries will get moved all at once, so we don't have to do it one by one. All right. Great to see Alexander Plasko on, and Matt Elston says he's looking forward to the live stream. We see Benny from Sweden. We have Martin checking in from Germany. We see Jan from Cubase Index. Always wonderful to see you on, Jan. Appreciate everything you do with Cubase Index. It was the Jazz Dude on as well from Germany. Always appreciative of all your help. All right, so you see from Benny, he says, question, has a song with piano and vocals. It's on the stereo track. When I use Spectral Layers, the vocals become clean, but the piano kind of disappears. What could be the reason? So it could be that, depending on the source material, you could be extracting some of the, you could be extracting some of the files, that were, the same frequencies of the piano part. So, usually I find it does a really good job of being able to kind of, extract solely the vocals, but there could be times, depending on the voicing, if it's like mimicking, the particular melodic lines that the vocals are singing. And if you're not familiar with that, we'll just show it real quick. Let's see if I could pull up. All right, so say we have something along these lines here. So let's take this and we will come over to Spectral Layers and we'll remove the voice from this. We'll unmix the vocal. And this is kind of piano, and at this point we have lots of drums and stuff going on, but let's go ahead and we'll choose to unmix. We'll unmix a song and we'll just choose our vocals. And we get this capabilities with Spectral Layers 1 that comes with Cubase. Just a minute here to let it do its magic. All right, so as we're now that's just without the vocals, so the vocals are muted here. So the vocal sounds pretty good to me. There were improvements in the algorithms. So I'm not sure if you're running like a Spectral Layers 10 and you have Spectral Layers 10 version, Spectral Layers 1 version 10 that comes with Cubase 13, but they've improved the voice, like the kind of extraction algorithms as well. But that seemed to work pretty well for me, Benny. But it could be sometimes, some source material could be problematic depending on if it's mimicking the same exact notes that the vocalist is singing. I can see where that may be a problem, but it seemed pretty good to me. Better than I would hope. All right, wonderful to see Tiago from Brazil. Thanks for joining us. All right. Okay, so we see from Dallas LaRue says, when I put two chords together, there seems to be an abruptness when crossing over. Even when I render it to audio, fades won't take it away. Okay, so I'm not sure if it's like two chords in MIDI or if it's in audio itself. But let's go ahead and I'll just do just a quick piano part here. Okay, so we'll just come over. All right, so I'll just do 2 different chord tracks here. So let's say if I all right, so say if I move these over. So I'm not sure if, so you say you put 2 chords together. If you're doing it from the chord track, it says there seems to be an abruptness when crossing over. You might render it to audio fades and won't take it away. So let me know, Dallas, if it's like 2 different MIDI parts that are playing chords, or if it's 2 different audio parts that are playing chords. Sometimes, you may, if you have, conflicting chord tones, let's say, okay, I want to take this and we make the chords instead of G, I could take this and let's just transpose it down to F sharp. This would be kind of the tritone. So it's hard to know if it's kind of a musical problem or an audio or mixing problem. Maybe if you could give some more information, that would be helpful. Sorry for not understanding. All right, so we see from Tiago says, any news about inverse sidechain compression for vocal solo? So I haven't really come up with a way to do, because obviously the sidechain is going to be, inverted from, the sidechain is what's feeding the compression signal. So, I'm wondering if in that scenario, instead of compressing, doing the sidechain on the vocal and compressing the contents, if you put the contents and compressed, let's just take a look, if you kind of reversed the sidechaining process, and if you have it like in audio, like a project example, that could help as well. But let's say if we are here, and we'll just take this particular project. Like a lot of times people may compress the contents here. So say, if I wanted to take the audio output of the piano, so when I come here, we could say, okay, let's go to the insert. So I'll just put a basic compressor on it. And we'll feed the sidechain from the vocal. Okay, so now when I come here, we'll activate the sidechain here. So this is kind of typical. So this is kind of a typical use where we have so the piano would get sidechain, but if you need to do the inverse, I'm not sure if you thought of this, is maybe, you know, have, you know, reverse the sidechain source. So I'll just take this off. So let's say I want the compressor on, let's say the inserts. I just want to have, let's say, the compressor here. And we'll activate the sidechain. Let's say we can go to our piano. We'll come over here and make sure I have this. You know, but, you know, so I wonder if just kind of having the opposite effect here. So let me just go to the sends on this audio out. Check the audio source here. So that way you're kind of doing kind of the inverted method of doing that. So, you know, so usually the sidechain is going to be kind of driven by the input signal for the effect. So, you know, so just out of curiosity, you know, try reversing the sidechain process and let me know if that kind of gets to what you want to do. I don't know of any, I don't know of any off the top of my head, any kind of, you know, inverted sidechain functions, because it's going to be driven, you know, generally by the gain of the input. All right, so we have a question from Soren. It says, when I select several tracks and turned on Q-Link and made fader change, all automation lanes for all tracks selected opened. Is there a way to close all open automation lanes in one click? Okay, so let's say we had a few automation lanes open. So I'll come here. Let's okay, so let's say we see multiple automation lanes visible. So I think if you hit F6 and we go to the automation panel, that you could hide, you'll see this function right here to hide all, and then you could show used automation to see all of the particular events, or hide all automation. You could assign keyboard shortcuts to that as well. All right, so we have got guess it's maybe Rude Paas from checking in from the Netherlands. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. All right, so we see Patrick Manuel A just says, can I control multiple parameters with X, Y knobs and can make invert one to the other if I increase the drive output decreases, like on the video that I shared. Sorry, I didn't see the video. I'm not sure if you emailed it or sometimes I'll miss some questions in like Facebook Messenger. But depending upon the control, so let's say if we go over here, let's see if we go to like the MIDI remote. But if if they're outputting separate events, what you could do, so let's say as you move on the X axis, it's moving, you go up and down. So if we wanted to just, change the particular parameter, I think if you go to the mapping configuration here in the generic remote, and then you could invert the particular invert the values just by clicking right here. So when you're in the mapping assistant, that way when you go up, you could say, okay, I want this to go to 0 to 100 as I move it up, or I want it to go from 100 to 0. So for the selected parameter, you could just change the mapping configuration there. All right, so we see a question from Jason Sykes. Great to see you on the live stream today. It says, hi, Greg and all from South Shields, England. What's the purpose in the key and drum editors, Cubase 13 of the line and triangle that appears when you click in the main area? Thanks as always. Okay, so let's take a look. Okay, so all right, so let me see if I can find what's the purpose of in the key and drummers of the line and triangle appears when you click in the main area. So maybe if you could tell me which line, Jason. Says the line and triangle appears when you click in the main area. Thanks as always. So maybe I'm not seeing it here, Jason, but if you want to quickly email me like a picture of what you're seeing. We probably have time, and I'll keep my eyes open for an email. But if you want to send like a screenshot of what it is, I'd be happy to kind of figure it out. Sorry for being dense about that. Wonderful to see Value checking in from Vienna. All right. We see from Home Studio World, Dr. Iman. Hi, Greg. How can I create a shortcut for MIDI inserts such as microtuner? Thanks. So it's good. And so I'm not sure if there's kind of a shortcut for adding MIDI inserts. So we'll come over here. So I think you might just have to add the particular plugin manually to do it. So I don't think that there is. Let me just take a look in the key commands. Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's key commands to add it, so you have to kind of manually add the particular key command as a MIDI insert or MIDI send, depending on what you're doing. So right, so we have Paul Beck just checking in from Russia. Thanks for joining us. Glad you could be on the live stream today. All right, so Patrick Emanuel A asks, on MIDI insert auto LFO, can I link multiple parameters to a single auto LFO? So it could depend on the design of the instrument. So let's say if we have something, let me just add an instrument track. So it could depend on if the instrument itself is going to respond to multiple CC messages. So let me, we'll see if we could get one to do that. So let's say I want to add, we'll just add a retro log here real quick. So some instruments may prevent you from doing this, which could be not necessarily a bad thing for confusion's sake. So let's say if we add our auto LFO and we want to come here and we'll say, okay, we want our controller to control. So I'm going to learn a MIDI CC. Make sure, okay. Okay, let me just and let's see if we could have two parameters that learn the same MIDI CC. Okay, so right now I could have like these two parameters respond to the same MIDI CC message. So as I would play back my project, we could just say, okay, I want to control the auto LFO with these particular, with the same CC message. So as long as this is outputting a CC message and these two will respond to it, we can just come over here and I'll just try. I'll switch to CC here. So now we can see that the auto LFO is controlling both of those parameters. So as long as the instrument itself will respond multiple parameters to the same MIDI CC, you could do it from a single LFO plugin. All right. All right, so we see, can I make a macro to bypass all plugins on my stereo bus? Not all, just the stereo bus. Greets and thanks to you, Greg. All right, so let's take a look. All right, I'll just jump back to my work, another project here. Okay, so let's say on my stereo out, I have multiple plugins here. Just okay, so you see that we're going to have this on, like this track is called stereo, right? And if you have it, so we'll come over here and we have a number of inserts on that particular track. So let me see if you want to do it. So if you want to make a macro to bypass it, I think we could do it in the project logical editor. All right, so I'm just going to check. So my output here is called stereo. So let's go to our project logical editor. And let's say we want we'll choose to transform, and we'll say it's an audio track, or we could just say here, we'll just and we'll say the name is equal to stereo or contains stereo, and what we want to do is track operation and inserts bypass. So we see these plugins here, so we did this right. Let's see if we remove that. Okay, wait, okay, let me just, we'll say our container type is track, and the track name is stereo. Yeah, so if we just kind of come over here, so you can say container type is track, the name contains, and I just said stereo, and or we can say name is equal. Let me see if it's just if it's capital. To bypass the inserts, let's say these are on. So you could just do it just like that. So you can say container type is equal to track, the name of the track is equal to stereo or stereo out or contains stereo, and track operation for the action target inserts bypass enable. And we could also set this to toggle. So you can say, okay, I want to turn them on, turn them off, turn them on, turn them off, etc. Just like so. So let me know if that works for you, value. All right, so wonderful to see Stefan from Sweden. We see JVI checking in from Amsterdam. Thanks for joining us. So a question from Dallas LaRue. Would it be possible to make a music video outside of Cubase and then import just the video back into Cubase? So yeah, all you'd have to do is just come over here and choose to import video file. And then you could choose to import the video file. If there's an audio file that's in the video, that will be extracted, but you could just simply, so once I do this, we'll say, okay, I want to import this video. It's going to import the video, and if there's audio on it, the audio will be extracted to an audio track. You can mute it or just erase the audio track if needed. But certainly, you could definitely take a music video created outside of Cubase and just go to your file menu to import video, and you could import it directly back into your project. All right, Jam Tracks Reunion asks, hey Greg, is there a way to record the show scales part of the chord track as a new MIDI track with those scales as MIDI? Okay, so just make sure I'm understanding. Is there a way to record the show scales part of the chord track as a MIDI track with those scales as MIDI? So if you want, let's say if we have a chord track, so say we're here and we see our chord track, and as we're kind of playing around, we could say, so once we're in kind of the MIDI editor, if we go to the scale assistant, so we'll just come right over here to the scale assistant, that we could use the chord track as the basis for the scales, and then we could snap to live input. So if I want to record and I try to play, and I hit a bunch of F naturals in the key of G major, that all of my F naturals will now snap to being only in key. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to accomplish. So that way we could use the basis of the scales and the chords from the chord track. So you have to kind of create an event first, and then under the scale assistant, choose to use the chord track, and then you could snap live input or snap pitch editing, or show only the particular scale notes as guidelines. You could do that as well right there from the scale assistant. So let me know if that's helpful for you. Okay, so Patrick Emmanuel A asks, sorry, my chat field just jumped. Okay, so Patrick Emmanuel A asks, can I select only one instrument with range selection tool? How to duplicate the velocity and other MIDI CC on same track? Control D to select only the velocity if toms, and duplicate it to the entire section. So realize that the velocity message itself is a part of the MIDI note message. So there is no velocity without a MIDI note. So, but let's say if we come here, so, you know, it's not a separate event. So if we are, let me just put on some drums here, so this will make a little more sense. All right. Okay, so let's say I just want to put in like closed hi-hats here. And at this point we wanted to do pitch bend on our hi-hats. All right, so now we come here. All right, or we had other CCs, so, and these may not be applicable so much for, so let's say as we have our CCs, I will now, we'll say show use controller. So we're not going to, if we wanted to, you know, select the range of, you know, just that of our CCs, and if I hold down, I could go up and down to select the notes using the arrow keys. But if we want to, you know, select both of these, I think if we just say, okay, I want to take, you know, just that particular range. And when we do kind of, you know, our range selection, let me just, so here we could say I want to do full vertical, and then we could say, okay, maybe I don't want the notes, so we could take out different sections. So if you wanted to now duplicate that, you could just hit Control or Command D to duplicate. So you could leave a particular section out. So if we kind of choose to be as in the selection mode full, or you could do as selected, but the velocities themselves, aren't a separate message. The MIDI CCs are. So if I delete the particular velocity data, if I delete the notes, the velocities themselves are also deleted, because the velocities are just a part of the MIDI note message. So we can't just copy the velocities and without the notes themselves. If we had a velocity pattern, what you could do is, let's say, okay, I had my let's say I liked this particular velocity pattern and I wanted to apply that to other notes. What you could do is select it, and if we go to your quantize panel, at that point we could say I want to take a particular group of notes. I could take like a MIDI event here, just go to the right. Okay, so we have our MIDI event here. I could drag this over, and now we could have the velocities, and I could choose to say, if I say the velocity to 100% and I want my position to be 0%, now when I come over to, let's say I increase the length of the event, and I wanted the same velocity pattern that we see here, now what I could do is just quantize with the velocity set to 100, and now we could have the same pattern that we see here, but we can't necessarily duplicate the velocities because they are part of the particular MIDI note message. All right, wonderful to see Walter Till checking in also from Vienna. Glad you could make it this evening. All right, so we see a question: is it possible to strip silence to multiple selected tracks? All right, so let's just give it a shot. Okay, so I'll just okay, so I'm going to take these and let's separate them. I'll just add some space between it to generate some silence. Okay, so I'm just going to bounce selection. We'll create kind of a new file with silent moments in it. I will copy this file over here, and I'll make this a separate, distinct audio file. So again, we'll bounce selection. All right, so these are now two separate files. Let's go to your audio and to advance and detect silence. Okay. So, yep, you could do it. You'll get different settings for each file. but it looks like you could definitely do it across multiple events. All right, so you see Michael Marshall just says, greetings from Somerset, UK. Says, rescanning the media folders, sorted out my missing media files. Many thanks, Greg. So glad you got it working, and wonderful to see you on the live stream. Hope you're well. All right, Jeffrey Menken says, hello, Greg. Happy Thanksgiving. You have probably already answered this question, but I'm stuck in the mud. When I upgraded to Cubase 13, I lost my microphone through my UR28M keyboard on channel 3 and 4 A-OK. All right. So you lost your microphone through your... Okay, so the keyboard on inputs 3 and 4 is okay. So check, I'm not sure what type of microphone that you're using. One is, with UR28M, you want to probably just make sure that when you go to when you have it selected here, that you have it set for direct monitoring. And also, if it is a condenser microphone that you have, make sure that you have the phantom power turned on. That could be critical. So if you don't have phantom power switched on, but also, if you don't see the particular inputs, go to your studio menu to audio connections, go to the inputs, make sure that you could add a bus. So say, okay, my microphone is connected into input 1. I want to now take this mono in, we'll call it microphone. And now at this point, make sure that we have the correct port assigned here. And then when you go to record in the audio track, make sure that you have the correct input bus. So we just made this input bus called mic that's connected to input 1. So once you have that done, then you should be able to record straight away. So try those things and let me know. Okay. So we see from DJ Ride says, when's the trial version of Cubase 13 going to be on the Steinberg website? So it's generally 4 to 6 weeks after the initial release. So I think as of tomorrow or as of Thursday, it'll be 3 weeks. So it's probably still several weeks off. So. All right, so we see AJ Soundbites said, how's everyone doing? You just upgraded to Cubase 13, so congratulations. All right, so Patrick Emanuel A asked, select all offbeat notes to reduce velocity by 10%. Now set up a macro on the edit menu to easily access it like whenever I want. Okay, so let's say we don't have to do it with a macro, but let's say we'll go back to our drum part here. Let me just... Okay, so I'm just going to say, let's put in eighth notes. So as we paint in, and we'll put these all kind of at the same velocity value. So we could come over to we'll go to the MIDI logical editor. So we want to transform notes whose position, and we'll say inside measure, let me see, inside bar range. And we could just come right over here and say, okay, we want the downbeat, we want so we'll just say So we'll just say position, and we'll do this for the offbeats. Okay, so we'll just say, so this is, choose there. All right, so it's just kind of roughly, and what we want to do to the notes that fall in these positions, we want to choose or instead of and as our Boolean condition. So we'll say we want to take now our velocity and we'll say multiply by, we'll say 0.7, so it's more. All right, so if I did this right, all of our notes so now we can see that those have been set up where you can see those, the off beats have just been decreased. So once we selected it, so again, you want to transform, we'll say notes, and then we want to choose position inside bar range, and this gives you a little graph of the bar. So graphically, you just kind of click on the off beats. Make sure that for the Boolean condition, that for the different notes, it doesn't say and, because it will only do that if the notes are on the offbeat of different positions. So you want this to be or. We want to choose an action target velocity. We can say multiply by or subtract by. And once we have this set up, we could say, let's go to save it as use presets. We'll say CCLS, clip Cubase live stream, and we'll say offbeat notes 30% less velocity. All right, now when we want to assign that, we go to your key commands. You don't have to assign it as a macro, and you could just say, I'll just type 30%. So once it's been saved, we can now assign a key command to that, so you don't have to create a particular macro to do it. You could just create a keyboard shortcut that, you know, once you've saved that particular preset, then we can just go to the key commands and assign in the key command area the preset that you want to do that particular function for you. So no macro needed. All right, so Patrick Emanuel A asks, what's context gate on the MIDI insert and how do you use it? So I don't think I've ever used it, but let's take a look. Let's take a look at it, see if we can figure it out together. Okay, so I think what we could do is, you know, coming over here, so we could restrict things to particular in monophonic mode. So this will allow you to kind of gate out particular frequencies, and this is going to be often used for if you're dealing with hardware instruments. You know, it used to be like in the old days, like, you know, so a lot of early synthesizers, analog synths, you know, would be monophonic, or you could add, you know, polyphony up to, you know, like when the Proteuses came out, like in 1989, it was like a staggering 32 voices of polyphony in one instrument. So in the old days of working with various MIDI outboard gears, you're always very aware of how much polyphony you had, because the instrument could only play back 4 voices, 8 voices, 32, or 128 voices at once. So, what the context gate can do is work with that so that you could limit the polyphony that is going out, so that you can, work primarily and manage your voice allocation for hardware synthesizers. And that used to be like a really big deal, but with virtual instruments, it's probably not as relevant because polyphony isn't such an issue. So, which is a nice, very welcome change. All right. Okay, so we see from Tortyville, it says, "Hi Greg, what are the ways to help relieve ASIA overload other than increasing the buffer size?" So, if you have a lot of processing on a particular track, you could always choose to freeze tracks by clicking on a little snowflake icon, or render in place. And what that will do is kind of render, once you have kind of like the effects kind of dialed in, and you don't, let's say you have like, 6 reverbs on a particular track, and you know that those 6 reverbs are the sound that you want, but that's going to take a lot of CPU resources. Then if you freeze the track, and you could freeze multiple tracks together, at that point what you could do is it's going to, instead of playing the 6 reverbs in real time, what it will do is just play back an audio file that has been rendered with the particular reverbs on the file. So it's not doing that in real time. So a lot of times people may choose to to render in place or freeze. They really kind of get you to the same result. If you when you freeze a part, you would have to unfreeze it to edit it or move it. But render in place, you could also choose to render the file and to disable the source tracks. So that's an easy way to do it. If you're working with a lot of instruments, like many instruments, if you're running them in kind of a we'll say in kind of a multi-timbral mode, so that when we come over, we'll say, okay, when we open up the particular instrument, a lot of instruments, if you're running 16 different sounds in one instrument, a lot of instruments will only be able to utilize one CPU core. So sometimes people will load up like a vocal track with 16 different plugins. And what that's doing is that one track is only able to utilize one processor core. So if you have 12 processor cores and you have 50 tracks, but one track has 16 plugins on it, that one track with 16 plugins is only that could really kind of wipe out your session, because that one track could only utilize one CPU core. Some instruments can utilize multiple cores. So if you come over here, we can say, let's go to your options, like in Hallian, you can come over here, or Hallian Sonic, you could activate multi-cores, but a lot of instruments don't have that. So sometimes people will load up 16 instrument sounds and their computer is going to a crawl because you're using all of the audio real-time performance. You look at the CPU and you go, oh, Cubase isn't using all these other CPUs I have. And it's just how the data is sent to the CPU, and every DAW will work the same way. So if you need to have 16 plugins on one track and you're kind of running out of CPU, send it to a bus, run 4 plugins on the source, run 4 tracks, 4 more plugins on a bus, send it to another bus, run additional 4 plugins, send it to another bus, run those 4 plugins. And then you're running 4 plugins on different cores as opposed to 16 plugins on one single core. And realize that sometimes the difference between audio performance and CPU performance are 2 different things. So sometimes what your CPU is showing you isn't really relevant for how the audio needs to be performing on your system. So try to make sure you're not loading up one single track with a lot of plugins. Make sure you're not loading up one single instrument that has a lot of different sounds and polyphony going on. And if you do, see if there is a a multi-core option. Most plugins don't have that. And also, freezing and rendering in place. Those are all solutions for managing CPU without raising the buffer size. All right, so we see from a question. Hi, Greg. Is it possible to put different EQ on left, right monitor of headphone to compensate for a little loss of high frequency, for example? So if you need to do that, if you're using like the control room, what you could do is just come over, or if you're using like the headphones, you could go to the inserts, and if you open up the EQ, you can say, let's open up frequency EQ. And once we're into frequency EQ, we could take a particular band. So let's say we will take band 7 here, turn on, and we could just say, let's go to our left, right. Now, once I do this, I could say, okay, in this, I need to cut the left speaker, but I lost high-end hearing on my right ear because I played next to the guitar amplifier too long when I was a kid. So we could have independent control of the left and right EQ. So when you go into frequency, just come over and you could choose whether you want to do mid, sides, and middle or sides of the panning spectrum, or if you wanted to do stereo, which would be just both the channels together, or if you choose to do left, right, then you could EQ the left and right channels independently. And this way, it's only going to be on the monitoring path if you use it in the control room. And then that way, when you're working, it won't be applied into your mix when you do an export audio. So when it's applied in the control room, it's only doing it for the monitoring path. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we see, hello, Greg, please, how can I get something like vocal chain to be played back in real time when recording? I use RME card and a multi-core CPU. So, realize that when we open up the vocal chain plugin, sometimes we could think of this as kind of a whole suite of plugins. So a lot of times what people may be running into is, if they have like a vocal chain plugin, you could have up to, 16 different processors as you're working with this. And each of these processors can impose a delay or latency with that. So I wouldn't anticipate using this in real time. Let's go ahead and just take a look at, so we see that as we activate, here we can see kind of the latency. And let's see if, as we take different parameters off here, so just putting the vocal chain has high latency. So some of the plugins that do a tremendous amount of processing, the cost, we could think of it as like a tax of very sophisticated plugins, is that they will have higher latency. So, and it's just by time you go through these 16 different processes at one time, each of those, the cost of that, of all this flexibility, is higher latency in the plugin. So if we wanted to come over here, we can see that, it's 236 milliseconds for just the vocal chain plugin. So there's no, probably not a real good way of doing that real time, regardless of what your processor is, what your audio interface is, because your audio interface isn't going to offload this processing on the DSP itself. So. Okay, so we see Kevin Mehmed on, says, show how to edit Spectral Layers to fix a vocal mix up so you don't have to go back and re-record the track again. Please show me how, if you can, again, for fix a vocal mix-up. So I'm not sure like which particular vocal mix-up that you have, Kevin. I mean, some of the stuff could be done obviously inside of let's see if we still have a project open. Okay, so let's say, you know, if okay, so let's say we'll activate this. So if it's you're dealing with a mixed down file, you know, what you need to do once we do this, you could just say, you know, so we've gone through and done the unmix, and we'll unmix the song. I'll drag the vocal file out, and as we do this, we can now have the vocals as kind of a separate audio file. And what we could do now is just come over here and say, oh, they really sang this part really badly in the vocal, and I want to take this part of the second chorus and copy that over, just holding down the Alt or Option key. So once you have it extracted, you can edit it like any other audio file. So, you know, so you could experiment with that, but it could depend on what type of edits you need to do. But once you have the layers kind of broken out, you can just say, okay, I just want to take, you know, just the vocal file and drag that out into the project window, and then you could edit the vocals independently. All right, so a question. Hi, Greg. Can you please help me with the remote control editor to map MIDI parameters to plugin Alliance and Isotope plugins? It seems it doesn't work on some third-party plugins. So, you know, really what you would do, and I don't have either of those plugins. I don't have licenses for those. But, you know, let me see. I may have a third-party plugin. Let me see if I just come over here to my inserts. But it's really kind of, you know, the same parameters. So it's I don't think I have a third-party audio plugin. Let me just okay, so we have towel vocoder. Okay. All right, so I'm going to, all right, so let's say we open this up. So, you know, with any of the plugins, you know, you could come over and click on the QC right up here, and then you could map which particular parameters that you want. So you say, okay, I want this, my first quick control parameter, I want that to control this instead. So if I say, okay, I want to switch that parameter, what you could do is click. So again, open up the plugin. If you go to the QC, if you then click on Learn, the L button for Learn, I can now adjust that. And now my first quick control is adjusting this parameter as opposed to this parameter. Sometimes it may also be, I'm not sure if you're doing it with like the mouse wheel, you know, so sometimes a lot of plugins we could set up the MIDI remote, where if we go, let's say I go to my MIDI remote here, just jump over to this page, and I want to have this function be like the mouse pointer AI knob. So let's say I want to have this fader basically be my AI knob, so that when I hover over different parameters, so if I come here, I'll close this. So as we hover over different parameters, let's see. So that doesn't look like the towel vocoder works for that, but this would basically mimic the particular. So if it's like with the control wheel, let me just come to this again. I'll just check, make sure I did it correctly. So with other plugins, as soon as I go to hover over controls, that will work, but some plugins just don't support that, and it's so if it's with like this plugin doesn't seem to support that. So if we want to hover, so now as we come here, if I just hover over different parameters, that works, but that's up to the plugin manufacturer to do. So if they don't support that, it's kind of up to the plugin manufacturer to do that. But just about any function, let's say if I wanted to, with most parameters, let's say if I want this, you could right click, and I guess there's a reason, most plugins, if you wanted to assign, like I want this fader here to adjust a particular parameter, you could just right click and say pick for MIDI remote mapping, move the fader, and then apply the mapping, and now this fader is automatically assigned. So sometimes companies don't necessarily follow all the VST3 specification stuff, but that's how you should be able to work with plugins. And if those two companies don't offer that, then I would reach out to them and make sure that they're supporting it. All right, wonderful to see Nick on, and he just says, hey people, I heard your production skills improve if you press the like button. So yeah, if you hit the like button, that always allows us to continue to do these live streams. All right, so we have from Christian Bauer asks, hey Greg, request one. Me and colleagues are trying to get into Nuendo/Cubase 13. Some UI considerations came up. Are you aware of any plans bringing back black letters on white background when a track is selected? So I think we'll see that in the next maintenance release. So I know, so I think we'll see that pretty soon. So yeah, the development team is aware of it, and they're getting it sorted out. So. All right, so we see from Fernando Matias, hi Greg, is there a way to use MMB to drag while in edit in MIDI place while in edit in place MIDI editor, just like the normal MIDI editor? So I'm not sure, Fernando, if I'm just trying to figure out what MMB is. So let's say if I just go to, maybe if you clarify what MMB is, I'll just maybe mouse movement or. All right, so let's say we're in the in-place editor. So I'm not sure any way to use MMB to drag while in-place editor, just like the normal. So yeah, maybe Fernando, if you could just, or if someone else knows what MMB is, I'd be happy to kind of, not sure if it's like mouse movement back or. So maybe if you could specify, we can probably get to it. Okay, so Patrick Emanuel A asks, well, insert my own pattern on chord pattern option. It's not on sync with what I really played. Sometimes it's out of grid and not playing on bar. What may be the reason? Is do professional use these? So let's go ahead and just take a quick look. So let's say we want to come to, let's say this Rhodes part here, and we'll come over to, let's say, our chord pads. All right, and let's come here. Let's go to patterns. All right, so now if we play, all right, so let's say we play this pattern. I'll activate it, sorry. All right, so I'm going to, and on the Mac platform, you may have to right click and just do the snap playback. So let's say I want this to be snapping to 1/4. So I will just come and put it in record. I'll put my click track on. All right, so let's see if that is kind of snapping as expected. So, you know, check to make sure that you have, you know, when you're in the chord pads, and that sounds like it was kind of snapping as expected, that you have this set to like to quarter note, and give that a try and see if that, because that will snap the chords to the grid. So, but it seemed like it worked for me. All right, so Christian Bauer also asks, request 2, it seems that the top line of the UI, including the Cubase logo, takes double the space than previous. Why? Is that changeable? So what you can do, and this is on the Windows version, if you right click, you can choose to hide the menu. So you need kind of a menu bar here to be kind of Windows multi-window compliant. But if you right click up here, you can choose to hide the menu bar. So it is just to, again, be Windows multi-Windows compliant. But you can hide the menu bar if you need to. Okay, so we see from Mark Music Man asks, I'm trying to set up an expression pedal with Swam instrument saxophone on expression. I'm using Cubase 13. Any ideas would be great. So, you know, let me know if it's, you know, not working. If you have the pedal, so I think I have, let's say I have a pedal that's connected to my controller now. You want to make sure that, you know, when you connect the pedal, that you're, you know, it's probably going to be connected into your MIDI controller, and your MIDI controller can tell what information that is. It may not be expression when you plug it in. So depending on your MIDI controller, now to determine what MIDI CC is being seen by the particular from the computer, if you go to the MIDI inserts, you can go to MIDI monitor, and then you could, as you hit the pedal, it'll show you exactly. So if you're not seeing the MIDI message that you're expecting, just come over here and you could just hit the pedal and it'll show you what Cubase is receiving from your controller. So again, but make sure that as you have it connected to your controller, that your controller is set to transmit, you know, pedal input from that input to MIDI CC 11. And you can see what CC is being received by Cubase there. So if it's not working, I would check that. All right. All right, so we see from Harry Olive, it says, "Good day, Greg. SoundForge crackles in real-time loop mode with plugins. Now I'm considering Wavelab LE, but it can't move locators independently in cycle mode while playing. And can I use FabFilter plugin?" So you should be able to run any VST plugin. But let's go ahead and open up Wavelab for you. And see if we could do the, I guess you want to know if we could do, this is now considering Wavelab LE. So with Wavelab LE, you know, I'm not sure if it's elements, but can't move the locators independently in cycle mode while playing. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, so let's say I just have my editor here. So let me just. All right, so say while we're playing here. All right, so I'm going to activate the loop. So I'm just moving the markers here. It doesn't look like it. Okay, looks like it's just. All right, so say if I. Let's see if this loops this selection. And then. So it looks like in Wavelab you could just kind of take the. Make the selection. And then adjust the selection range. So just on the range, they have, if you just kind of grab the edges while it's playing. And then you could, of course, run any VST plugin in Wavelab as well. So let me know if that's what you wanted to see, Harry. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer Sr. from Bealville, North Carolina. Hope that you have a wonderful Thanksgiving with your family coming up. Glad that you could be on today. All right, so we have LB from Azerbaijan. Welcome to the live stream. Thanks for joining us. For me, very interesting. How can I select top notes or only second voices in the MIDI part? So let's say we have a number of events here. So let's say I will take. All right, so let's say we'll take this example here. We could go into like the MIDI logical editor, and we will just come here. So we want to choose to select, and we can say we want to say notes, and we can say position In the chord, so we'll see context variable, and we'll say is equal to, we can say equal to position in chord. So let's say our root note. So let's say I want to do maybe fifths and higher. So we'll say we're going to do a fifth. All right, so I'll just add some of these. So we'll do our context variable. All right, so we'll say fifth, we'll do augmented fifth, let's say sixth, we want it to do seventh, and let's do major seventh, and we want to switch these to or. So if we did this right, we can now come over here and just select those particular intervals within chords. So you could choose to do highest pitch. So once you're in the context variable, and you could also say notes above certain, so we could say, I guess in maybe an easier way might be to say we want to do our context variable, and we could say bigger or equal than position and chord. Let's say bigger or equal than the fourth, and you could just come over and select different notes or select different pitches. So you could do a lot of stuff like that in the logical editor very easily to base it on a chord or base it on particular pitches as well. Okay. All right, so wonderful to see Corey Levine checking in from Nashville. Got your question, we'll go over that later. All right, we see, always great to see Spike Williams from Wales, and we have Peter checking in from outside of Montreal. Glad you can make it today. Okay, so Patrick Emmanuel A asks, on a MIDI track, how to record to its own track with MIDI send, want to record MIDI to their own representative tracks. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. Just do a new project, just make this cleaner. All right, so when we want to do MIDI sends, we need to start off with MIDI tracks. So I'm going to come over here to my VSTI window, and we're going to add in the rack. So say, okay, let's add a Howling Sonic. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll create in a MIDI track for that, and I want to add, let's say, a retro log. Okay, so let's say in our retro log we want okay. Okay, so now what I want to do is we're going to take this Howling Sonic and let's load up sound here. Okay, so we'll have this track, and I'm going to all right, so now we're going to go to our MIDI sends. All right, so I want to have this track, and we're going to do maybe an arpeggiator. This may sound awful, but bear with me. And we're going to send this out to our retrolog. All right, so now we'll turn this on. All right, so the idea is now we could take this particular, so as I come over here, we'll just, I'll take it out of loop. All right, so now, we're playing the Rhodes here, so we hear the Rhodes patch now. This is the only one that we had recorded. And I guess a question that Patrick wants to know is how to get like this particular, so this is kind of sending this out in real time. So let me just see if I come here and we look at like the MIDI input. If we, so I'm not sure if we could record that. All right. So let me just try just putting in post MIDI modifiers. All right, so let's see if I take this and we do freeze MIDI modifiers. I'm not sure if that will work. We'll give it a shot. No, because still, so it's kind of intended, I believe, just for playback. So when we come here, that it's not necessarily written into the part. I know that we could on the inserts record it out, but since this is being sent in real time, it's just intended to now be triggered from this particular event in real time. So I'm not sure if it is actually set up to be recorded out as separate MIDI data, but just to be triggered from this particular MIDI data. All right, so we see from Christian Bauer, to the moderators, could you advise me how to send in documentation contact Greg for topics that need a bit of visual representation? Thanks. So you could always email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. So clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right. Let me just see. All right, so we have Leonardo Sants just checking in from Britain. All right, let's check out. Jason said he may have sent the email. Let me just take a look. Let's see if I got that from his earlier question. Okay. All right, let me just look at his email that he just sent. I'm going to look at it on my phone real quick. Hang on. Okay, so I see kind of the, okay, so I think I know what's going on. So with Jason's email, so with the triangle, what that means is that you are in step record. So we see that blue line there. So that means that the step record is activated. So try just to turn the step record off. So once you turn that on, that's the position point for step entry. So if you play, you can just do step entry. And when the step entry is disabled, then that blue line will disappear. So thank you for sending the question. Appreciate that. Okay, so we have Matt Elder. Sorry, my chat field just jumped on me. All right, just trying to find my spot. All right, I think I'm close. All right, so we see from Leonardo Sans, hi Greg, can you show us how to extract MIDI from beat wave files so I can recreate MIDI patterns? So a lot of times when we have loops, you know, so there's not kind of a fail-safe automatic method of doing that. So let's say, but if you wanted to come over, let's just take a look. I'll activate this project. So let's say we have a kit here. So let's say we have a Groove Agent instance. We could take a pattern, a loop to this particular pattern here. So let's say take this drum, and now we could create slices. And at this point, we can, I'll just clear this quickly so we're not doing it all. Okay, so I drag this to like an empty Groove Agent. We can create slices, and then each slice can be mapped to their own sounds. And we could also at this point just go to the pattern pads, and we could drag this out, and what it's going to do is just kind of make a particular chromatic pattern for the notes, and then you could replace individual samples really quickly. Or if you wanted to just kind of take, so let's say as we're want to, you know, just take these particular samples, you could rearrange or change in and drop different sounds in as samples on the instrument pads. So you say, I don't like that snare, I want to just grab a different snare sample here, and then we can say, okay, I want this clap instead. So when we play the pattern, so when it gets to that point, you could just kind of make your own patterns and change it up very easily. Okay, so we see from Patrick Emmanuel A on Arpachi 5, how to use user pattern. What's the number to find the steps like faders? Okay, so let's come over. Okay, so we'll get to our MIDI insert. Okay, so how to use user pattern. What's the number to find steps? What's that number that defined the steps like patterns? All right, so we come over here to user patterns, and now we could just, all right, so we say our step size. So we say we want this to be 16th notes. We want it to be our key range. So now we could so this way you could, instead of having the, go up, down, or different play modes, we could just have these defined directly here. You could set it for, okay, I want it to be maybe more than an octave and a half. So as we would play back higher notes. We could choose just to have these play up and down and up, or only up, or if you want to come over here, have it be randomized, or if you want to now set a particular pattern. And if we say, okay, let's make the step size the 8th note triplets. So we could have the step size kind of be the length of it, and let's say the note length here. So let's say our step size we do to and then we have just kind of your key range that you could set up there. All right, glad that Graver could join us. All right. All right, so we see, I don't know, I searched for a while. Can we do trance in Cubase? Obviously, you could do just any musical style in Cubase. Do we have gate LFO for ducking effect in Cubase? Can you show how to do shutter effects with synth? Because I want them to use in third-party synth. So if you have just like, let's say a synth pattern here, so let's say, okay, we're set up. Let's make this. All right, so if you wanted to do different like stutter style effects, you can come over and just say, okay, I want to do this. Let's go to our inserts, and then if you go to, it's probably going to be found under other, you go to loop mash FX, and then you can say, or if you want to, so while this is going on, we could say, so you could do effects like that. Now you could also get into, if you want to do all sorts of great ducking, if you get into like the FX modulator, there's kind of a whole world that you could do in the FX modulator. So you say, okay, I just want it to come, and once we open this up, we could say, okay, I just want it to, you know, so you can have your different envelopes here. So say, okay, I want to do a compressor, and I just want it to do and you can make your own envelopes. And you could choose to come over and, you know, you have, you know, 8 stages of side chaining with this. So if you want to do just compression, if you want to add a module and say, okay, now I just wanted to do, you know, volume, and I want, and we could select a range and put different envelopes in. So you could experiment, and, you know, but you could do any genre of music with Cubase, but, you know, check out like the FX FX modulator is a perfect tool for doing that type of stuff as well. Okay, so you see, hi Greg, Matt from Canada here. The Q-Link shortcut doesn't seem to work. I'm sure somebody else has asked this, but is it a bug? So I haven't had it not work for me. So let's say if I have the Q-Link, so let's say I select a number of audio channels here. So I'm going to select these channels, and I'm going to hold down Alt Option plus Shift and enable the Q-Link. So we can see that that's going to turn on. If I want to override, I could just come here. So let's say now I want to keep all of those. I want to add like a particular insert to all these selected channels in this spot. So say, okay, I just want to add a black valve compressor that's been added. So let me know if if there's particular functions that you don't see it working, but it seems to kind of be working for me. So okay, so Leonardo Sanz asks how the best way to use new library from edit menu. So I'm not sure if it's which new library you're talking about. You know, so with there are new sound libraries. They're not necessarily accessed from the edit menu, but if you go into your media, and let's just jump home and go to loops and samples. So like you go to cinematic, electronic, and you could have kind of your different sounds that you could audition. So you can just kind of come over here quickly, audition different sounds. If you wanted to go to Delicatessen is another library that you can come over and just have access to all of your sounds. So generally you don't access, and there's also a new sound set for a new library that also comes directly with Cubase, you know, for an instrument library. So if you wanted to go over here to so let's say we want to go to your media, to VST instruments. So let's say, okay, I want to go to Hallian Sonic, and you'll see Iconicus Sketch. So if you wanted to load a particular instrument up here and say, okay, I want it, you know, a clarinet, I could just double click, and now we could just come over and just have, but generally the libraries aren't accessed from the edit menu, but from kind of the media bay on the right hand side. But let me know if I misunderstood. Okay, so Patrick Vanderbilt A asks, on a project I have 50 string tracks. I want to select all staccato position on the tracks. Is it possible with Project Logical Editor or MIDI Logical Editor? Because I can't do by each track. It occurs in different places. All right, so let's... all right, so let me just add, let's say, just a quick cello track here. And I'll just make sure I have the right, or so say staccato position. All right. All right, and I will come here quickly. Let's get to our expression map and let's import the key switches. Okay, so let's say I have spiccato I want to use. All right, so let's say I have some notes that will be pitch, some that will be staccato there. All right, so let's see if we can, so you might have to, so I'll just make this full screen. So let's say if I, so let's see if we could do it in, you know, because it could depend on if it's an attribute or direction. So let's say we want to go to the logical editor. Let's see if we could do it as, I'm not sure if we can select by articulation here, but let's say, I'll just take a look. All right, so I'm going to edit my note expression, my expression map here, and let's say I want to change these all to attribute. Okay, so let's say if I have so let's say I have these as staccato, these as pits. And we'll say these as staccato again. So since every, you know, since every library could have different articulations with different naming, I mean, you could do stuff like I want to select short notes, or I want to select notes that are of like, you know, longer than a particular range. So I'm not sure if it's an actual, if Patrick, if you have like all of, you know, all notes that are, you know, but when you come here, let's say if we select the different articulations, if you have articulations across different libraries, if they have those. But I don't think that we could. I'll just try the MIDI logical editor and see if we could select. Yeah, so I don't know a way to kind of select by articulation, but but if you selected the articulations here, you could see which notes it's being applied to. So if you have it set up as a direction in your expression map, or I'm not sure if you're using expression maps in this or not. All right, so Dallas LaRue says, rather disappointed that Steinberg doesn't have a Black Friday sale. Well, in all fairness, it isn't Black Friday yet. It's Tuesday. So there may be upcoming promotions, and Steinberg does promotions throughout the year. So maybe look on Black Friday to see if there's a Black Friday sale. All right, wonderful to see Mark Rabin, and everyone give a big woof to Stella, Mark's dog. It's always great to see Mark and Stella on from Montana. All right, so from Inside the Music says, inside Pro 13, I'm having issues opening a project file. The mix console doesn't always show insert pre-gain or whatever else I ticked on. I have to go back and tick them on again. Is there a fix? All right, so let's go open up. So we'll open up our mix console. So I'm not sure if if you're starting from a particular template or if you saved it after, but generally, if I come to a particular project, we could right click and see the different, different rack modules that are available. So we could just come over and see those. And I think that that's going to be, I'll just do a new project and we'll test it. Okay, so we'll go to our mixer, and let's say, like I don't want to see my Q send, so I'm going to right click up here. We'll choose what rack, we'll click over here. So let's say I don't want to see device panel QC sends. And so let's say I just want to see routing, pre, and EQ. So I want to see just those particular parameters. So now I'll save this. Okay, so now when I save those settings, I'm going to close the project, and let's go open the project again. And I'll open up the mixer, and it looks like it's the same kind of settings. It's stored in the project. So let me know if you're perhaps starting with a template, and if the template has those things hidden and you're starting a new project every time from a template, that could result in that, or if you saved a particular project. But it looks like everything that I had set here was automatically recalled as expected in my project. But let me know if I'm doing anything differently than you are. All right. So you see, I just see regarding the quick control topic, this is from Dema B or Dema B. We cannot map anything else in a given plugin. So yeah, you can map, just about any parameter you want. So so let's come over here and let's just open up. We'll do something with a lot of parameters. So we'll just go to like a multi-band compressor. Sorry, so we have a lot of different parameters here. So if I wanted to, so we could have kind of like these set up for quick controls. So I'm gonna go to my MIDI remote and I'm just gonna do like a new mapping page. So we'll just go to my mapping page here and let's create a new one just to kind of start. And we'll say plugins, MIDI remote, November 21st. All right. So I have kind of a fresh slate, and really all I have to do is I move the parameter here, and I could go to the plugin and say pick up for MIDI remote mapping. I hit apply, and now that parameter is here. If I want this fader here to do this parameter, all you have to do is move the parameter, move the fader on the device, right click on the plugin parameter, pick up for MIDI remote, and apply the mapping. So now fader 1 is controlling this parameter, fader 2 is controlling this parameter. So whatever parameters that you have in a plugin, I want fader 3 to control this. So I move fader 3, pick up for MIDI remote mapping, apply. So fader 3 is doing this, fader 2 is doing that, fader 1 is doing that parameter. So you could assign anything in addition to your 8 quick controls. So if, like in this, if I wanted my quick controls to be on knobs and I wanted the faders to do other parameters, we could assign that as well. So very fast and easy to do. So you can map, parameters for just about any plugin, super fast and easy. All right, so we see Leonardo Santz asks, effective way to reference tracks within Cubase. Okay, so this is a great thing with the control room, what you could do. So let me just open up project right, just kind of set up. So, one of the things that we want to do is to make sure that we have a separate monitoring path, because the problem is a lot of times people will put master processing in their particular project, and if we just load up an audio track, that audio track goes through the same master effect processing. So when we want to work with this, let's say I have kind of a project here and I wanted to use a track as a reference. So let's say I want to take this track. I don't want this track to go out of my master fader here. I want this to be completely independent of it. So when we want to come over here, we'll take this particular track and I'll go to its routing. And the first thing we want to do is, instead of sending it to the stereo bus, I want to send it to no bus. So when this track plays, it's not going to go out of, I'll just do a nasty different EQ on it. So when this track goes out, it's not going to be routed through our effects processing in the master bus. But what we want to do is to go to your audio connections, and in the control room, we want to create a Q mix. So in this Q mix, I'm going to right click and we'll say, let's add a Q, and I'm going to call it, we'll make it stereo, and I'm going to call this reference. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we can go to our Q area, and we're going to say, let's go to our Q mix here. So let's take this, and we want to send this out. Let's make sure I had it. Okay. Okay, so I go to my QMix, and we're going to send this out to the QMix. So what we're doing is the whole track is playing back through my main mix. When I go to, let's say this is now, we'll be playing back our reference track. If I did it right, let me just. So that's our reference track there. So now the reference track isn't being processed through here at all. It's a completely different. So if I want to listen to my mix versus the reference, you could just toggle back and forth right there, so that this track doesn't get sent through the master processing or any of the processing. It's a clean path. So you could just say, there's my reference and there's my actual file. So take the track, send it to no bus, and you could just go directly to the QMix, and then just turn on QMix 3. You go to the QSends, turn that on, and that will automatically have kind of an alternate monitoring path. So that's an easy way of doing that. All right, Matt Elder asks, could you please demonstrate how to use the arranger track? Thanks. All right, so what we want to do, many times we're working on our project and we work often in a linear arrangement, and Cubase is kind of the king of this paradigm that every company has copied over the years, where we see our beginning, our middle, and end of our project. So when we want to work on a particular non-linear arrangement, what we could do is add an arranger track. So we could right click, and you want to add an arranger track. So you could have one arranger track. And what we do is first to define our different parts of the arranger track. So we can grab the pencil tool and just kind of say this is our guitar solo, and I like this little vamp within the guitar solo. So you could have parts within parts within parts, etc. Now as we add these events, they'll show up here in our list of arranger events. And then what we could do is we could put these into a particular order. So instead of everything playing back linearly, we could just choose our different order, and we could have these labeled. So now as we enable this and we hit play, we can say, okay, I want to start there. We have our intro. Instead of it going straight on, it's going to go to the chorus. So we could just jump back in time. So we could have different versions. Now this could be used for, we see it a lot in radio advertising, where people need a 5-second, a 15-second, a 30-second, a 60-second, a 2-minute, a 4-minute, an extended dance remix. And you could take one particular project and have it automatically have multiple different play orders. So, and if we wanted to turn our non-linear playback into linear playback, all you'd have to do is open up the arranger track. You click on the E, and then you could choose to flatten the chain, and that would take it into a linear arrangement. So this way you could try out different arrangement ideas very quickly and easily using the arranger track. Okay. Okay, so we see K1 Classic says, hello. So when I duplicate a MIDI section, is it possible the range selection loop cycle moves with it? What we could think of, so let's say if we're in a MIDI editor here, if we have, so I'm not sure if we'll do it on the project window first here just to kind of show. So as we do, let's say if we select this particular range and we duplicate on the project window, we can, at this point, the range is maintained. Now there is a preference. So if you go to preferences under editing, I think you could do cycle follows range selection. So if we want to set the left and right locators to automatically follow, so let's say I take this particular area, we see that now that I've assigned that range, the left and right locators will follow. So if I duplicate, control or command plus the letter D for duplicate, that the cycle markers are automatically updated like that. And if we do this in the MIDI editor with Cubase 13, I'll just extend out. So let's say if I want to, in the editor, so let's say if I want to extend this, we'll see with that preference as we do that the left and right locators are automatically kept as well. So let me know. So again, that preference is preferences to editing to cycle follows range selection. So let me know if that's kind of what you want to do. Okay, so we see Patrick Emanuel A asks, draw an empty clip to 8 bars, and if I draw a kick on beat 1 and every bar kick should appear in beat 1. I saw it in our DAW. I wonder if Cubase can do this. Is it possible? So I don't think that makes a lot of sense. That, I think if, let me just, so let's say if we want a kick on a particular bar, so I think that editing, when you enter a note in one position, it shouldn't be entered in multiple positions. But, if you want to do this quickly, we could just say, okay, instead of, why make it 1 bar when we could say, I just want to, I'm just going to revert this quickly since I've changed a lot of things. So I think if you define an 8-bar section and you put 1 note, that it shouldn't put the notes in different parts. I mean, you could do it with, if you have Beat Designer as a MIDI plugin, but let's say if we're here, I just want to put, one particular range, like let's say I'm now here, we have, so if I put a kick, so I wouldn't want things to automatically be added when they weren't actually added. So now if I just duplicate this 8 times or whatever, just by grabbing the center edge, so we can make 1 part and then just drag it out, then you could have your kick on beat 1 because you defined that and then you copied it. So I think it's a dangerous precedent. It's like I wouldn't want it to automatically put notes every downbeat for a cello part because I put 1 note in. So if these are set up also to be with a shared copy, so now if I just hold down, let's say I take this, I hold down Control and Shift and drag, and now I enter in a note on beat 1. So let's say I come and we enter, this particular note on beat 1, that can now automatically be entered in across all the parts if you've done shared copies as well. So I think it's a bad workflow. So All right, so we see from Cubase X says, evening, Greg. Thanks for these hangouts. Always learn so much. I'm glad it's helpful. All right, he's just wishing the whole Club Cubase family a great evening. Thanks for being on the live stream. Glad you can make it. All right, Leonardo Sands asks, how to mimic the Groove Agent mixer to the Cubase mix console. I understand some of the libraries you can transfer it with a click of a button. Just don't remember it well. Thank you. All right, so if we have our mixer set here, and this works for the acoustic agent kits. So when we go to look at the particular instrument and we go to the mixer, and let's say we have effects that are included here, we can now right click and on the kit, and then we can say export mixer and effects to Cubase. Oh, and it didn't like that, but that's generally the function that you would do for that. So just right click and choose to on the kit and choose to export that directly to Cubase for you. I'll just show it one more time. So again, just come over here and right click, export mixer and effects to Cubase. All right, so next question. All right, so we see from Jeffrey Mencken, says Cubase 12 works fine, SM58, as soon as I close Cubase 13, it works through my speakers. So, make sure, I think this is with, you said when your mic wasn't working, check again your studio connections here. And make sure on the inputs that it's kind of set correctly. And if you want to send me a screenshot of your studio inputs, you could email it to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and also if you could include which audio interface that you're using with it. All right, so we see hi from Cameroon. When I recorded MIDI notes, it's still shift before the MIDI real time is played, and I'm obliged to correct it manually every time. How can I do it automatically? Any script function? So a lot of times what it is depending on your MIDI driver, and I can't really show this on Mac, it's different on PC, but when you go to your studio setup, you'll see your MIDI port setup. And below this on a Windows platform, you'll see different options for like ignore port filter, use system timestamp. So you'll see a couple of different options. So sometimes you may have different generations of a MIDI driver when you connect your controller to the computer. So you want to make sure that, there's going to be different settings depending on which, you'll see emulated ports as an option or non-emulated ports. So go to your MIDI port setup and just, look here and you'll see some different options and check those particular options. And, one of those combinations will work with your particular, probably for your MIDI controller or your MIDI interface. All right, so we see Patrick Abinaval A says, which version of Cubase introduced Vari Audio? So it came in Cubase 5. The second iteration came in Cubase 10, did a lot of new enhancements. And then with Cubase 11, they did, or Cubase 12, they did the scale correction in Vari Audio. So Cubase 5 was initially released. Cubase 10 kind of did a lot of editing and workflow enhancements, and scale correction was added in version 12. All right, so we have Kai Wen Franklin. Great to see you on. Glad you can make it today. All right, so we just see a question: Is this 13? So yes, it's Cubase 13. So that's what we're showing. All right, always wonderful to see Graham Witcher from Royal Wootton Bassett in the UK. Thanks for joining us, and always so great to see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. I believe virtual ice cream will begin. So again, just a programming note for those of us that, for those attendees or those viewers outside of America, there will be no live stream on Friday because of the Thanksgiving holiday here in the United States. All right, so we see from Kevin asks, "Hi team Cubase, I want to upgrade to 13 and build a new machine from scratch. Will my current Cubase 12 installation still work after I've done that? Thanks." So yes, your Cubase 13 will work for version 12 as well. So once you have Cubase 13, all you have to do is install Cubase 12 on your new computer, and then you could run both versions on your new computer. So no problem. Okay. All right, so we see from Luddy Von Beat or Luddy Van Beat, is it possible to lock your cursor tool to the main window to your track edit window and vice versa? So it really, most people I think would not want to have it locked. So, when we're here, I think it's just so much more fluid. Like, okay, I want to do editing on this, so I want to double click here. I want to, if you choose not to have the lower zone, then the cursor will be locked here until you kind of hover over, but there isn't specifically like a lock function to one particular zone so that you could fluidly, navigate, because you may want to come over here and just say, oh, I want to do this. I want to come here. I need to go to this zone. I want to make a copy of that. So, it's designed where you don't have to turn stuff on and off to navigate your different zones, because you have 5 different zones. But let me know if you have a problem with it kind of controlling the wrong parameters or something like that. All right, great to see Lawrence Koch checking in from Rhode Island. Glad you can make it today. All right, and Kevin, just a follow up to the Cubase 12, Cubase 13. Let me just clear my throat real quick. So with your licenses, you could have, if you upgrade your Cubase 12 to Cubase 13, you could have your Cubase, that particular Cubase license, working on up to 3 different computers at once. So you can have on your old machine, your new machine, and a laptop if you needed to. All right, so we see from Patrick Manuel A, says, is there a way to control multiple parameters with one common button inside Cubase itself, like mapping things to modulate sounds and automating it? So I thought we showed that earlier with, controlling multiple parameters inside of, we did it inside of Retrolog. So, all right, so we see Kai Wen Franklin says, anyone using the new Mac OS Sonoma? So how's Cubase running on it? So the very initial release had some bugs in Sonoma that were resolved in 14.1. So if you have the latest version of Sonoma, you're fine. All right, so we see from Patrick Emmanuel A. Greg, will Cubase 13 have Black Friday deal? It would be much better to happen because every other DAW is having it. I wonder if Cubase have. So, I'm not sure. I think it would be kind of, perhaps a slap in the face to people that just bought Cubase, like, let's say a Cubase update for $99 for 3 weeks later to be half price. So I wouldn't anticipate a Cubase deal. We do Cubase deals throughout the year, but we also have, a wide palette of products at Steinberg. We do Dorco, we do Hallian, we do virtual instruments, we do Wavelab, we do Spectral Layers, we have Nuendo, so there's a whole range of different products at Steinberg, but I wouldn't anticipate it being for Cubase or Nuendo based because it's so new. All right, so just see Fernando's just says middle mouse button, and Alexander just also scroll wheel. I don't remember the context of what it was. It's probably maybe 30 or 40 questions ago. Sorry, but if okay, so we see from Patrick Emmanuel A. How to toggle between grid size, like change grid size with the easy keyboard shortcut to use it with MIDI step input. So all you have to do, if you wanted to, if you're doing step input, so let's say I just have this particular event here. So you don't necessarily, with Cubase 13, what you could do is as you're inputting notes, we used a quantize value as the particular, so if I come here and say, okay, I want this to be eighth notes. So what it does now that's different than Cubase 12, if you wanted to quickly change the step sizes, it used to be in Cubase 12 and earlier when you hit the note that would automatically put it in the step size, but now it's when you release the particular note. So what this allows you to do is, let's say, okay, so I have this set for eighth notes, and if I want it to change the rhythmic value, before releasing the note, I could just extend the note by holding down I could just tap the right arrow key. And if you mess up, you could hit undo and just go right back. So as soon as I just pressed a note down, and then I could extend just using my left and right arrow keys. But you could also just have the use keyboard shortcuts to navigate here to change between the different values. So you could do that with key commands already. So just set up key commands for your quantize values. But again, with 13, you could just extend or change the length using the left and right arrow keys. So you could do step entry much faster. All right, so we see so we just see a question: how can I remove silence to cut my breaths away but not my voice? Is there a trick? So let's say we have maybe a breathy sounding audio file. We could show you like a macro that you can make quickly, and it's much easier to make now in Cubase 13. Let me see if it's in my recent list here. I'll just open it up. All right, so let's say I'm just listening to
left you for 1,000 years and a day.
Right, so let's say some of those breaths are annoying.
You wished it all away.
So sometimes you don't want to necessarily get rid of the breaths. What you want to do is minimize the breaths. So let's say, and after a while you could spot where the breaths are coming. So let's come to Cubase 13. We can make a macro that does this really easily. And I have a dedicated video in this if you get to the Cubase Q&A channel. But I'm going to go to my key commands. Okay, so we'll just start a new macro here. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to use the range tool to select the breath, and then I'm going to split the breath. So I'm going to type in, first thing we want to do is hit Shift X, and that's our command to split the range, and we're going to add that command. And now one of the great things in Cubase is we could, as we switch from the range tool to the object selection tool, so I'm just going to come here and we hit 1, we're going to switch to our object selection tool. We could add that command. And now what I want to do is to, I think it's called decrement volume, decrement event volume. So I'm going to hit this like 12 times. All right, so now when we look at our macro, it's going to split range. It's going to switch that range to the object selection tool. And it's going to drop the volume of that selection by 12 dB. Every time we do a decrement event volume, it's going to drop it. And then I just want to do a select none at the end of that. Okay, so now what we want to do is we're going to take this particular macro that we just made, and I'm going to select the breath here, and I'm going to run the macro, and what it's done is just taken that breath. So let's say, okay, we just want to take this breath right here. So again, grab the selection tool, run the macro, boom. So we listen to the vocal.
You wished it all away.
So we could just kind of go through, and if we want to switch it back to our range tool after, I could just come here. Let's click on 2. And we'll go right back to, we'll add that command. So as we're working, so we'll just say, okay, every time we do this, so you can say, okay, right here's a breath, I think. So again, grab the range selection tool here and run the macro. So we can listen to it. So say breath, run macro, and you can assign a keyboard shortcut to that macro.
And I'm left you for 1,000 years.
So if you take all the breaths away, sometimes it's more distracting. It's like a light switch going on and off. But now you could just come over and again, just say, okay, let's give this macro name. So we'll say debreath Cubase 13. And then you could assign a keyboard shortcut to that right there every single time if you wanted to. So much easier in Cubase 13. Okay. Okay, so Yvonne asks, is it possible in Piano Roll to view, to copy automation example volume plus expression of 4 instruments at the same time? So, when we do this, so let's say I want to take just move this down. So let's say if we want to all right, so let's so I'm not sure if we need to, let's say if we have, just check the CCs again. Let's say volume and expression. So let's say, okay, I want to all right, so let's say I want to take these parts here and kind of okay, so let's say I want to take the volume. Let's see if we can do this in the logical editor. So if we want to do multiple tracks, so say we're going to take our controllers equal to, say 7. And we'll just set this condition to OR. So we'll say subtype. Okay, so let's come here. Let's copy those. And if you want to do it on the same track, I'm not sure if you want to do it there, but let's see if it's in the buffer. But we could, so let's see if we come over here. Let's just select. And we'll do it on these tracks here. So if I set the logical editor to select those and then copy, and then I could paste those particular controllers later in time if you need to. So I just did, so if you want to save that as a project logical editor preset, you could then copy, move hit Control or Command C, copy, and then wherever your cursor is, you could paste to a different location if you need to. So let me know if that's helpful for you. Sorry, just had a... My chat field just jumped. Just trying to find my spot. Sorry about this. Okay, so we see a question from John Costigan. It says, Greg, in Cubase 13 Pro, I separated, I tried to email, so I did get the email. I was going to get to it later, John, but we'll do it now. So it says, this take two, I recorded 20 new tunes with 20 old ones on 2 tracks, but I can't mix down or render in place. Can you review splitting at markers and mixing down? Okay, so let's say... I'll just do... Okay, so let's say we want to split up different parts from our markers. So we'll just do this real quick with cycle markers. All right, so the one thing you want to do is just make sure that you have cycle markers. So I'm going to add, let's say these are different movements, whatever we want. So I'm going to add a marker track. All right, and I'll just go to, I'll just get rid of these markers here real quick. So let's say we want to add cycle markers. So you can do this quickly now in 13. If you just hold down Control or Command plus Shift, you could say this is song 1. And let's say we just kind of talked for a little bit with the engineer. So Control or Command plus Shift and drag and say this is song 2. And this allows you to name the marker as soon as you do that. Let's go to song 3. And let's say false take there. And now we want to do song 4. Okay. Okay, so now if we wanted to export these, all you have to do is when you go to export audio mixdown, you want to, at this point, if we wanted to do it multiple, you could then choose your cycle markers, or you could do single. So let's say, and then I'm going to just come right over here, and then there's our cycle markers. And then I'm going to export these into the same, we're going to create audio tracks. All right, and then I'm going to choose just to export audio. So as it's doing this, it's going to take and use the cycle markers as the start and end of songs, and we can see that this will now be kind of exported like that. So if you want to do all of the tracks together, like a multi-track export in the file, just come over here to export audio mixdown. We could choose to do multiple and export via cycle markers, or do single, and this would do a mix down of all those tracks and mix down based upon the cycle markers. So it's not just regular markers, but cycle markers that starts the beginning and end, and will kind of include the range in the cycle marker. So let me know if that's what you're looking for. All right, so we see Paul Claridge just says, Greg, in Cubase 13 Pro, I separated my groove agent to parts, kick, snare toms, etc. Then when I render each track in place, each one plays the whole mix and not the separated parts. Okay, so let's go take a look. All right, so when you separate it, it's going to be more based upon the outputs for the render in place. It's great to see you back on, Paul. Hope you're well. All right, so let's go over to, I'm not sure if I'll show this, the concept will be the same, but if we go to our mixer, so let's say I have I have an event here, so just track version with different MIDI notes. And what I want to do, if I want to separate the different stereo, I want to break apart like the kick, snare, hi-hat, all to different tracks. At that point, what I could do is we would go to, in Acoustic Agent, we would go to our kit mix and say we want this to go to output 2, to output 3, my snare, hat, to output 4, maybe my overheads to output 5, and output 6. If I was utilizing a beat agent kit, we would select the instrument pads and set the outputs here for each pad. So as you select it, you could have different output pads. But once that output has been set, when we go to edit to render in place, make sure that, and we'll go to our render and settings. I'm going to just choose my channel settings, and then we'll just say render, and that will now make, if I didn't have it muted, let me just come over here. And now each of the tracks will automatically be split out for you, just like that. So that's all you'd have to do. So make sure it's not necessarily splitting the tracks there, but setting the outputs. And that when you apply the render in place, it's kind of based upon the output routing. All right, wonderful to see Dwight Cunningham checking in from the Bahamas. Glad you can make it today. All right, so Robert Ladd just asks, is there a strum function in Cubase? So there's lots of different, especially if you go into chord pads, and if you have different guitar sounds, there's all sorts of different patterns. If you have something that's just like a chord track, so what you could do is, if we take our MIDI, we could now just, let's say I'll just populate some chords here. We'll say chords to MIDI, and now if we want it to, if you grab this little trim tool, hold down the Alt or Option key, you could just very easily just kind of simulate strumming like that if you want to as well. So a couple of different things you could do to simulate strumming. See, just from inactive users is, yeah, Greg wants to answer all questions. That's why I love the Cubase stream. So we try to get through all the questions. All right, so we see Patrick Emmanuel A just says why we need MIDI send if we can't record it, just because it's sounding, so when you go to render your file, it will be rendered in, but since that data wasn't actually recorded on the part, that way you have one part that could go out to be layered and be distributed to 4 different instruments. So at this point, when if you go to render the files, it's automatically included. So I think most people want it to sound, as opposed to, and are worried about that as the final result, as opposed to seeing it recorded in the particular project. So. All right, so Christian Bauer says, hi, Greg. Just tried your hide menu / line bar on top. Thanks for that. I see it differing from your setup as such. When I hover over the top, no menu, don't show up anymore. Is that a Windows OS thing? So, yeah, it is part of being kind of Windows OS multi-Windows compliant. So, yeah. So we see Burnt just says question, do you know why problems with Auto-Tune Pro X and Sonable DS in one of my projects, they freeze and cause the track to not function? It works fine in my other projects with the same settings. So I'm not sure why it is, what could cause that. I don't use either of those plugins. I kind of use, Very Audio or the built-in de-esser, but if you, so I'm not sure what could be causing that on that particular project. But if you want to email me a project, I could try it on. And I see Burnt also mentions that, said delay composition is not active. But if you want to email me the project, you could send it to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, inactive user just says more color customization options would be nice. Background of waveform only, or other windows would turn into black, as example, or track color opacity. All right, so let's take a look at some. So let's say if you wanted to see the track color opacity, if you come over to your preferences, there's a lot of different ones in here. So so when we see the color strength, so let's see if we adjust this here and I hit apply, we can see the opacity of the track colors go, and if I crank it up, we can see that the opacity is there. So you could adjust that. And let's say, let me just read through some of the other ones. So background of waveform only, or other windows could turn into black. So let's look at the waveform. So let's come over here to our event display audio. So let's say we want our waveform brightness. So I'll hit apply here. So if you want white waveforms, you could do that. You could also, if you want the waveform to be very dark, you could have black waveforms. Let's look at some of the other settings. So let's say your event display audio, you could say the waveform outline, fade handle brightness. So as you come over here, so let's say we want the waveform outline intensity. So there's a number of, and you could also come over here to, so there's a lot of different things that may not be, you could also have it interpolate different audio waveforms, or if you don't want to see waveforms, so all sorts of different options that maybe aren't so apparent that you could do with Cubase there for customizing. Okay, so we see Daniel Melendez says, "Hi Greg, my audio performance is clipping every time. I have an iMac 2015, a little old, but when I use it for Cubase, sample rate is 24-bit, 44.1. Any suggestions?" So let me know. I mean, obviously it's a almost a 9-year-old computer at this point, so so I'm not sure how many tracks you're doing, how much memory you have in your system, what audio interface you're using. So those are all things that could have impacts on your system. So if you could maybe, Daniel, if you could give a little more information. It could be one plugin. If you're, as we talked about earlier, if you're applying 8 plugins to one track, that's going to utilize one CPU core. So, so if you could just, give us a little more information on what types of projects you're working with, so maybe a computer that old, you may not be doing 300 tracks of orchestral work on it, so if you give a little more information, that would be helpful. All right, wonderful to see David Reuter and Kristen Parisi from Big Tent. Hope you guys are doing well, and I wish you guys a wonderful Thanksgiving as well. Great to see Michael Pierce on the live stream. All right. He's reinstalling all his software and is now apparently fixed workstation. And now he's bored. So you think of all the excitement and all the things of your computer, your internal kind of very micro-oriented workings of your computer that hopefully you won't have to use again. All right, so we see from Patrick Emanuel A. I have an arranger track. I want to select all the positions under the arranger track to change color. I have 50 plus tracks, so I want to give different color for each portion. Is it possible? All right, so let me just jump back, take a look, and let's create an arranger track maybe on this project. All right, so just add. Okay, so let's see if we double click with the range tool. All right, so now when I double click with the range tool on an event, we can now hit Shift X. So let's see. All right, so double click with the arrange tool, and let's see if we get this selected easily. All right, let me see if I select all. We select all events here. So we can set the left and right locators there. And let's see if we just do. All right, since we don't have an event. Okay, let me just turn off this preference, make sure it's not interfering. All right, so let's see if we can. Okay, so let me just see if we could do this with if we add a marker track, maybe. Let me clear my throat real quick. All right, so I'm just going to add a marker track. So let's see if. Okay, so let's say if I just have I'm going to do a new marker track. See if we could do this. Okay, so I have this. Let's say I grab my range tool, hit P, let me just, sorry, do this, hit P, and then we'll add a cycle marker. And then I think if we, on the cycle marker track, if we double click with the arrange tool, all right, so let's see if we can make this into, then we can shift X 1, and then we could come over here and colorize. So you could do it kind of like that. So let's see if we can make this quickly into a macro. So first I'm going to make a project logical editor preset. Or I guess we don't need to do that. Let's go to key commands. And the first thing we want to do is we'll make a new macro. Okay, we want to add cycle marker on active track. You then want, see, after we do that, we add the cycle marker. First, we want to do parts to locator. Locators to selection. Okay, so I'm going to take this and move it up. Then we want to shift X. You may have to do this manually, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, so let's say if I'm here, we'll run I'll just go ahead and delete other. So say we'll take A here, run the macro. Let me just select the event here. All right, so we may have to on the marker track now double click. That will select everything, then Shift X, switch it to 1, and then apply whatever color you want. So you could do it kind of like that. And you may have to actually just physically double click with the range tool. So once again, if we have this, you want to set the locators, and I'll see if I can get this kind of macroized a little bit. And then, so we're going to move the left and right locators there. We're going to add the cycle marker with the range tool on the cycle marker track. Double click, Shift X, hit 1, and then just change the color as you see fit. So that way everything in the verse or chorus could be specific colors like that. So I'll see if I can get that kind of tightened up, but I may have to physically select all of the events by double clicking in the marker track with the range tool. But I may be able to be able to select everything. I'll work on it some more, Patrick. All right, great. Glad that Toy Soldier could join us. All right. All right, so we see as just comment as someone who's trying to make the switch from Ableton, Cubase could be quite daunting. So, it's a much deeper program, I think. So, realize that there's could be 5 or 6 different ways of doing everything, and that workflows aren't necessarily predisposed, but you can come up with your own workflow that'll be faster. So. All right, so we see Chris Mitchell just kind of follow up on that. Says, and Jazzu mentioned that it has more features. With that in mind, Chris asks, "What are your best bits of advice for the novice user?" So I would say that every time you go to a menu, try to figure out what the keyboard shortcut is. Realize that you don't have to figure everything out in the program. If you're going to be studying it. I remember teaching Nari Sol, and it was very interesting watching her approach. And she approached learning Cubase like a really difficult piece, like a piece of music. I'm going to take this little section. I'm going to learn this. I'm going to learn the project window. I'm going to learn what all these tools do. I'm going to learn how to get around the mixer, how to do this. I'm going to learn how to name tracks. What does this do? What does this function do? You don't have to be a master in every single function, but tackle little bits. And if you don't have to learn every function, if you don't read music, for instance, you don't have to dive into the score editor. So there's a lot of parts you could say, okay, I want to figure out how to program drums. I want to figure out how to do this, and just work on that little part. And anytime you have questions, we generally do this live stream twice a week, and we just sit here and answer questions and help people out. And if you go to cubaseindex.com, there's almost 30,000 topics that you could search for if you run into any problems and we're not having a live stream. But welcome to the Club Cubase live stream, and we hope to see you back. We see Byron K just says he's been using Cubase since SX and still has parameter paralysis. Greg makes it look so easy. So, we try to think of different mindsets, different workflows, different types of people. So, but, I don't do anything special. Everyone could work like I work. All right, so we see Ali just says, Jazz Dude, do we have Greg's Logical Editor presets on Discord? So yeah, there's a bunch of them. So so we see from Toy Soldier, how do I write notes on tracks? All right, so we could think of our, we have, if we think of kind of like the hierarchy of what we're working on, when we have think of a container. All right, so this is going to be like a box. Each of these little events contains MIDI notes. So if we want to put something in a box, we need to have a box first. So we may make a box, and at this point we could double click and go down, and at this point we could just see in our MIDI editor, and we can say, okay, I want to write in quarter notes, and as I just kind of I could just draw notes in, change the length. If I want to go to the velocity and be able to adjust the velocity of different notes to make them longer, shorter, higher in pitch, lower in pitch, you could just come over here and start drawing in. Now, if you want, we could also click on, you'll see like in the editors, like a little MIDI staircase. You'll see like this little blue line. And what we could do is just say, okay, I want to move my blue line here, and I want to put in quarter notes. So if you have a MIDI controller hooked up, and you could just enter in notes that way as well. Okay, so we see from inactive user, when I use Cubase 13 vocal chain plugin, there are sends included like imager, delay, and reverb. Should my track be in stereo then? Or how does it work with vocal chain? So if you have a mono track, you would just see, and if you're on 13, which obviously you are if you have the vocal chain, you'll have a mono track. And if we have the vocal chain inserted, these effects that we see would automatically be in mono because it's on a mono track. But now what you can do in 13 is just click here, make it a stereo track, and now those particular plugins, even though it could be, I have a stereo waveform here, but just imagine it was a mono source. At that point, these effects would be in stereo. So if you want to use that as an insert, then it makes sense to take your mono file, if you have a mono file, and convert the track just by clicking on this little icon here back and forth from stereo to mono. All right, so we see from Toy Soldier, is there a rhythm generator? So, there's all sorts of stuff you could do, in chord pads. So if you come here, we could say, okay, I have like this, I could activate chord pads, and there could be different patterns that are automatically created here. So we can say, okay, let's go to patterns, and you could have, and this way it's automatically harmonically correct for the chord, and you could just play these. Or if you wanted to explore different, rhythmic generators, you could also go into arpeggiators as well. And if you wanted to use these together. And you could change different patterns, different rhythmics. So there's a lot of different MIDI plugins. If you wanted to make beats, you could come over to Beat Designer plugin as well. So all sorts of different ways to generate rhythms. So we see from Lawrence Koch, is there a command or macro to duplicate the audio track without the media, just the track settings? So I think it is a command already that's included. So let's say I have, let's say, a number of plugins activated here. Okay, so it's a macro that is included. So I think if we go to macros, and obviously my list is large, but I think we just look under, I think it's like duplicate selected tracks without data. So that's one of the built-in macros. So you can do that, and now we open up, all of the settings would be exactly the same, but without the content. So again, just go to macros, and you'll see, there's a handful of macros that come with it, but you'll see duplicate selected tracks without data. That's one of the included macros. All right, so we see from Kywin Franklin, he asks, while in the in-place editor, is it possible to do something to make the lines show better? It's always kind of gray, hard to see color. All right, so let's look at, we'll jump over to our in-place editor here. All right, so there are different options. So let's say if we want to go to our preferences, and we'll go to, I think we go to color schemes. We can say editor backgrounds. So if you want the grid lines to be brighter, we could do that. So now we can see kind of the grid lines have been enhanced. Let's go to like the editor area background. You could make that brighter as well. So let's apply. So you could do, like on the grid. So there are some settings that you could do in here. So in these, so again, come over to the custom color schemes. And so if we hit apply, we could now just kind of change the whole background there to make it more visible, but we could just go to our defaults as well. So you can modify the background colors of that Kai. Thanks for your question. Okay. Michael Pierce is wishing happy Thanksgiving to all of his U.S. friends. Thank you very much. All right, so Al Vanderbeek asks, hi Greg, can Cubase recognize multiple audio interfaces, for example, on my input device to be A and my output device to be B? So generally what happens is that the clocking information between the two audio interfaces never get resolved. So we try to do everything with one common interface. So you can do, on a Windows platform, you could utilize something like ASIO for all as the choice. You could also, sorry, I'm supposed to be meeting my son at the bus stop, but so there's ASIO for all, and on the Mac OS platform, you have also a tool, the aggregate devices, the aggregate audio drivers in Core Audio system. They do compound latency, but the reason why it's kind of shied away from is, because in Cubase, all the clocking is essential because we want, as we play back devices, we need the audio to be in sync. So, being that we could go down to 1/192,000th of a second for our sample rates, if another audio interface is not referencing the clock from the first audio interface, they're constantly out of time. And that's a real bad ball of worms to work with. So generally, it's kind of frowned upon. There are ways to do it if it's absolutely necessary, but I would always recommend getting one single interface that has enough inputs or outputs, or interfaces that are designed to be daisy chained, like PCI. Firewire would do this, Thunderbolt, Dante. Those are a lot of systems that will allow you to, that are designed to daisy chain multiple devices from the same manufacturer. Dante, you could use, different products from different companies, and all the clocking is handled internally. Okay. So we see from inactive user, are there also German Cubase live streams, or is this one international English? So I think that the only one that's kind of routinely done, I think there are some live streams for, Spectral Layers and some for Nuendo, but I think that those are also done in English. So I don't know of a German one, but I probably wouldn't watch it because I don't speak German. So I should learn. All right, so we see question: can a mouse scroll wheel be disabled in a mixer? Ridiculously annoying when trying to scroll the timeline and the scroll actually changing the fader in the mixer. So what's changed in version 13 is we could deactivate, what a lot of people would run into problems is, they would be, maybe here on a particular parameter and they would start to scroll while they're hovering over a parameter. So in the rack section, they could be disabled. It still works in the fader department. If you accidentally move a fader, there is just a separate mix console undo history. So you could, if you accidentally move that, you could just come over here and say, whoops, just want to go back to where it was. So, or you could hit Alt or Option plus Z to do it. But what has changed is, that these parameters, there's a preference. If we go to your preferences and we get a project and mix console, that the vertical scrolling can be disabled for parameter change, but it will still work for the faders, because a lot of people like using their scroll wheel for the faders. It's many people's favorite control surface. All right, so Byron K asks, is there an easy way to identify between acoustic, percussion, beat, and drum kits when you open all kits in the Groove Agent 5 browser? Thanks, Greg. So not really. What I tend to do, and it could be a tricky thing to implement, but when I'm kind of like opening up let's say I do a Groove Agent, and I'm looking for sounds, and I say, okay, let's load kit. what I often do is start from the particular family. So I know like the songwriter's kit is acoustic. I know that my beat agent kits, I know which ones are acoustic, which one is, if I'm into full groove agent, which one is the percussion agent. So I start from the families, and then I navigate from there. So if I just choose to, look at all, then, often you could tell kind of by genre or name. But, what I would tend to do is instead of looking at all kits here, I would just close that and select a particular kit family, and that kind of navigates me to what I'm looking for, and I find that to be pretty quick. All right, so we see Pablo says hola to everyone. He's our favorite drummer and hot mess that lives in Spain, in Galicia, España. All right, so we see, just see a comment, I don't need samples and stuff. I'd rather pay 50 euros for 12 at this moment in my life. So, so a lot of people do like samples. So, it's interesting, if you get a list of, 10 people together and you ask them what they need in their Cubase, they would all give different answers. So we tried to, come up with, tools that are applicable for lots of different workflows. All right, so you see Michael Teen says I'll be getting 2 new songs to play bass on next week. So looking forward to that. Enjoyed playing on the Christmas project for Gareth over the weekend. All right, so I just see further comment about the, paying $50 for 12. Says I kind of missed a deal, if you know what I mean. So, there's different deals throughout the year. So, all right, wonderful to see Oren Bynum from Maryland on, and he asked, "Hi Greg, how do I get the rewind button to show up on a transport in Cubase 12 again?" All right, so when we go to different parts of the transport, you'll see these 3 little lines. And what these 3 lines allow you to do is to compress or expand controls. So try just to grab the 3 dots to the right, and you'll see as you hover the cursor there, it'll turn into 2 arrows. And as we do that, you can now just kind of move the mouse left to compress or move it to the right to expand to show your rewind controls. So again, just kind of hover with the 3 dots, and then you could compress or expand the view of controls there. All right, so we see Kywin Franklin just says, thanks for the Sonoma info. So, yeah, they kind of changed it like a week before the Cubase release. They're like, So, all right. So you just see Toy Soldiers just says, are there tools for sound effects? And I just see pen method. So there aren't necessarily tools for doing, sound effects. I mean, a lot of people could use, like, if you're doing sound design type of work, you could do like sampler control. So let's say I wanted to come over to, I guess there's some kind of atmospheric stuff that you could get in. So let's say I want this in my sampler track. I can now, if I want to just kind of, and then if we wanted to apply different filters, so not necessarily like sound effects like car doors opening and gunshots. Nuendo has some of that because it's used for post-production. But if you're doing sound design stuff, the sampler track using Pad Shop are great sound design tools. Okay, so we see from JB, there's a thread on Steinberg forum of people requesting the beat calculator in 13. Do you know if Steinberg will add this feature? So, you know what, I think what a lot of people, you know, they kind of migrated it to the new tap tempo. But, you know, if we have a particular loop, you know, we could figure out what the beat calculator is, you know, what's going on with the beat calculator. So let's say if I take this particular loop and we just go to within the sample editor here. So let's just say we go to definition. Here we could set, you know, by just figuring out, you know, our start and end time, we could figure out kind of what the particular tempo of a file is just already within the sample editor. So I'm not sure if they'll bring it back, but if people, you know, mention it on the forums, I know that Steinberg is monitoring all that feedback as well. All right. Okay, so we see Toy Soldier's example. It says square box, you select modified areas in your own way to move them with the pen. So I'm not sure if you're using a pen like a Wacom tablet or something like that. But, you know, if you are, you know, want to, you know, if it's more for sound design stuff, I mean, you do have wavetable synthesis, and if you get Halion, that's a full sound design function. All right. So you see Gareth Kitch. Great to see you on, Gareth. Enjoyed playing on a Christmas song. It says, I'm missing the macros. So let me know which macros you're missing. And I could send some along to you if you need them. All right. Sorry, my chat field just jumped. Yeah, so Gareth, let me know which macros you're missing. All right, so we see from Keith Young, great to see you on the live stream. It says, I'm trying to get rid of a twang on a second event on a track, but can't activate spectral layers. What am I doing wrong? Or is there an easier way of getting rid of that twang? Thanks. So if you want to activate spectral layers, so, you know, one is, you know, with your Cubase, I think 11, 12, or 13, you get spectral layers. One version that comes with it, and to turn it on, it's not necessarily like a plug-in interface, but what you need to do is to run it as an ARA2 extension. So if you select the track, come over to your extensions here on the inspector, you'll see no extension. Just click Spectral Layers and then double click the event. And what that's going to do is now, instead of going into the sample editor, it's going to go into Spectral Layers. Once it's in Spectral Layers, at this point, you could, you know, just come over here and say, you know, there's like a really clever, smart tool. You say, oh, you know, this is the thing that's like, you know, kind of annoying me with this. So you could just say, I want to, you know, just come over here and kind of lasso selection. So you could select different parts, or if you just say, I want to do kind of an elliptical selection. So if you kind of right click here, say, okay, I need to get rid of a twang that's in those particular frequencies, you could do stuff like that. But it's not like a traditional plug-in interface. It's going to be more where you run it as an extension and you kind of go into the Spectral Layers editing environment. All right, I know we had a lot of questions. Let me get to those that were mailed in before we run out of time. Thanks for all the great questions from everyone. And if you've learned a new tip or trick, make sure you hit the like button. All right, first question. I want to control 32 tracks with my hands like a real desk in the studio. It works in Cubase 11 with the generic controllers. It annoys me a lot that I cannot use several MIDI mixes because Cubase won't allow that, so I had to buy several different controllers. My setup, volume channels 1 through 8, by Akai APC Mini, 9-16 Akai MIDI mix, 17 through 20 for Omni tracks, SL phase. This works fine in Cubase 11 while I'm editing music. Example, instrument tracks, I still can use the faders of the mixer, but the controllers, I don't have focus of the mixer in Cubase 12. Now 13 can't do that anymore. I load the song from my computer. As I wiggle the controls, everything works as usual, but as soon as I focus on an instrument track in order to fix the MIDI notes, I lost control of the mixer. I try to choose track focus only, but this doesn't work either. Can you help? It seems I'm the only one in the world that encounters this. All right, so it's pretty easy to get this assigned. So I have just 2 different controls set up, and what we're going to do is to come over here and we're going to assign these. So let's go to our multi-mix. So we have, let's say, our 16 tracks going on. So what I want to do is go into my MIDI remote. I'm going to I want to use my choice OS controller for channels 1 through 8 and a Chord Nano control for controllers for channels 9 through 16. So I'm going to go to my MIDI mapping page. I'm going to create a new mapping page here, and we can call it whatever we want. All right, so we'll say mix bank 1. Okay, so I'm going to go to my mixer here, and I'm going to move the fader. Let's go to my mixer, and I'll say we want audio 1. So what I'm going to do is move this particular parameter and then apply mapping. So now fader 1 is controlling that. So I'm going to select fader 2, move this, apply mapping. Let's move fader 3. So this isn't doing anything with focus. Apply mapping. Fader 4, I move fader 4 here. Apply mapping. So now it's being controlled. 5. So I'm just going to do this for the units. So we'll come here, move the physical fader. I want this fader to control this parameter. Apply the mapping. 7. Move fader 7. All right, so I may have missed one here. So let's apply the mapping. Let's do. So I want this on 6, sorry. So we'll come here, get a 7, apply the mapping. So 6, 7, let's do 8. So I want to do the same thing. So I move the physical control, move what I wanted to control, apply the mapping. All right, so now I want to go to my MIDI remote, and let's jump over to my Chord Nano control. All right. All right, and we want to go to my MIDI mapping here. I'm going to do a new page. Okay, so we'll call it 9 through 16, bank 2. Move a fader here. And again, just go to my mix console. All right. And I kind of have this assigned already, but I would do the same thing for faders 9 through 16. And so I can move my I'll just open up my mix console here. So let's look at our MIDI remotes. Okay, so when I come over here, I move my choice os controller, I move my MIDI remotes here. So we could do this, and I'm going to open up the mix console. So you know, select the knob, move it, select a parameter you want to assign. So I now come over here to my mix console, I'll shrink it down so we can see both windows together. So now as I adjust on my fader here, we can just come over here and adjust. I move, you know, my faders just like this. So let's say I'll just show it on the lower screen mix console. So I move, you know, all of my faders for, you know, audio 1. Those are moved. I move the faders for this, and those are controlled. So you could have multiple fader boxes all kind of working together in the MIDI remote. So again, you just want to make sure that these are set up. And so as we control, you know, there's my choice os controller, and here is my Korg Nano, both working at the same time together. So you don't have to do track focus, you don't have to do anything special, just kind of have that work just like that. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, hope you're doing well. My question is there a way to clean up my list of VST manager or VST? Sometimes a third-party VST gets installed into a category other than the one that it should be installed to. I recently installed a couple of channel strips that got installed under the EQ category. It'd be nice if I could drag and drop them into a channel strip or similar category. So all you have to do is go to your studio menu to VST plugin manager, and what you could do is make a new collection. So you'll see this little plus sign. We can make a new collection. So we could copy the current collection. So we'll just call this November 21. And at this point, we could say, okay, you know, this plugin, I want to make a new folder. So we'll come here, click on folder, and we'll call this channel strip. And now I could just come over here. We'll see our channel strip folder, and then I could see all of the plugins, all my VST effect plugins, and we could just reorganize and say, okay, these plugins need to go into my channel strip folder, and you could organize it however you want. So just come over, make a plus sign, you could add folders, and then you could organize all the plugins when the plugin manufacturers don't bother to do it correctly. Okay, responded to email on that. Okay, it's John Koskin's question. All right, so we have a question. Is it possible to make the focus quick controls of an active VSTi or effect visible through use of a keyboard shortcut? So I don't think that there's a way of doing this. So when we want to do this, you know, when we open up a particular plugin, so let's say we open up the instrument, it's just a matter of hitting the QC button once the plugin is active. So I think it makes sense that, you know, that for you to assign this, but I haven't found a keyboard shortcut to open that up. And if we do the same with different guitar amps, you know, we could come over here. So let's say if we have like the amp rack, that once we open up that, you know, so I don't know a way with the key commands to activate the QC, but I think you know, I think if you open this up without the particular user interface, that it probably wouldn't make much sense. That seeing the direct relation between the parameters that are being utilized and what's assigned for your default quick controls, I think visually makes sense, but I don't know a way of activating that with a keyboard shortcut. All right, question. It is beneficial to switch between different latency settings for recording and exporting? And if so, is it beneficial to switch between different latencies for recording and exporting. If so, is it possible to do this with a shortcut, macro, or project logical editor? So when we go to, our studio setup and we go to our control panel where we could set the latency, this is out of Cubase. So sometimes the core audio will take it. Sometimes some audio interfaces, we can't adjust the buffer size here. So as soon as we're doing this, we're actually leaving the Cubase realm and we're going into, as we can see here, is a core audio device manager that we could set, or, some audio interfaces, you have to go into its control panel. So there isn't a way to toggle back and forth between the two, but, to go directly to change the buffer settings, because this is outside of Cubase. So. All right, question. Is it possible to switch between the upper and lower zone of the divided track list using a keyboard shortcut? So I haven't been able to find one, but when you have a divided track list, you can activate the zone, which is active just by clicking in there. And if we look, we can see this kind of broken dotted line just to the left here. That indicates that it's the inactive part. And if I click in that part, we can see that this indicates that this part is inactive. But I don't know, or haven't found a keyboard shortcut to switch back and forth between those two. So we see question, is it possible to use the range tool across divided track list? Why aren't selected events in the upper zone deselected when I choose another event in the lower zone? This makes it very easy to make unwanted changes without noticing it, doesn't it? All right, so if we have events that are, let's say, in the upper zone, so at times you may want to do an edit and move events, that would, so at times it could make sense, but it's really kind of intended to be separate. So if we make a range selection, this is going to be an independent zone from this zone. So, one thing you could quickly do is just to turn off. If you go to the project menu, I think it's there to divide track list, and then you could make a global range selection by, control or command plus the shift key. And then if we, let's see what happens if we go to our divide track list now. So we come over again to project and divide the track list. So, but those, all the changes will go there. So if you need to quickly do it, but it's intended to be, two separate distinct workflow areas, but you could just turn it off and work with it globally, turn it back on, all the tracks will go back. Okay, so we had a question, how to automate MIDI effects in Cubase. Okay, so MIDI effects can be tied into when we work with the control. So say we want to use quick controls for this. So as we go to our quick controls, we'll say, so let's say I have an Apache on this particular parameter. So what I want to do is just to scroll down to my quick controls. All right, so I'm going to select a slot and click on the Learn button. And then what I'm going to do is just to select this particular parameter. So now I turn off the Learn, and as I control the parameter here, we can now adjust and automate the parameter for that quick control. So if I place this track into record enable, so we could just come right over here, let's write automation, and when I come here, we could just write the automation and a quick control will automatically follow that. So that's how we could write our quick control automation. So select the quick control slot that you want, click on Learn, and we'll have the MIDI insert on that particular track, and then you say, okay, I just want to adjust the key range for slot number 2. So, and now you could just come over here and you can control that. Let's go to slot 2. I want to control this. So I could control different parameters in MIDI plugins using quick controls just that easily. Okay, so we see a question. Just wondering if something has changed with QSends in Cubase 13. I use the QSends in Cubase 12 with no problem. In Cubase 13, when I try to adjust the send amount, I hear no difference. Not sure if I'm missing a setting someplace or what is happening. So it seems to work for me. So I've taken this particular track, and we showed this earlier with the reference track, but what I've done now is I've taken this track and I set the output in the routing area to no bus. And when we go to, let's say, our Q sends, we could send this out to, our different Q sends here. So let me just add a Q send quickly. Okay, so I'm going to take this level and send this out to the QSend. So when we play this, we're not going to hear it because it's not going out. And I'm going to switch my output here. And then as I adjust, this is sending it to the Q mix. So it still seems to work fine for me. And if I wanted to, so we could adjust the levels there with Q mix. And as you heard or saw in earlier with the reference track, that still seemed to work. Okay, so question. What does your experience with sample rate and bit depth with recording gigs? Cubase bit depth 16 or 24 bits, sample rates 44.1 or higher. I don't want to kill my laptop and Intel i7 fast SSD. And on the other hand, I will do a lot of work on spectral layers to reduce leakage. So maybe 16 bit too low, but sample rate 24, 44.1. So I would do like a 20, the difference in quality is pretty apparent between a 16-bit and 24-bit file. So I would capture like 24-bit, 44.1. If you're planning to marry it to video, to add it to video, 24-bit 48K. And I think that you can get a lot of tracks on even a modest computer tracking that. So I would choose to do 24-bit 44.1 or 24-bit 48K. Okay, so we had a question. Within my template using Cubase 11 Pro, I see that I could hide my unused MIDI tracks while checking them off using the visibility tab. Am I also freeing up on memory at the same time? If not, I wasn't sure how I could do both here in Cubase 11. Thanks, Greg, so much. Happy Thanksgiving to you and yours. And it's from Corey Levine, who I think is on. So let's say we have some different MIDI parts here. So this particular MIDI event is, we'll just say we have some MIDI notes here. All right, so, and let's say on the next MIDI event, we could have this be set to, we have no data on this, so let's say it's an empty track. So if we have an instrument loaded, this instrument could still be taking up CPU resources. So hiding it, so we go to our visibility, if we hide this track, it could still be taking up resources, but we don't see it visually. We can go into the project logical editor and you could incorporate this in a macro, but if you have later versions in 12, there's some additional functions added. But we could say, I want to take tracks that have no data, and I want to select tracks that have no data. So we want to say our media type is, our container type is set to track, and we want to say our, we'll go to property, and we can say is set to is empty. So right now we want to take tracks that are set, so we're going to select tracks that are empty. So we come here and then we can see that these tracks are empty. So we could save that as a preset. And I think, in version 12 was added these additional functions. And you could do this as part of a macro if you wanted to. So what I want to do now is to take those particular tracks. I want to, 1, to disable them, and 2, to hide them. So to do this, I'm going to select this track, and we're going to say first we want to disable/enable track. And this is kind of like a mini macro if you want. And then we want to go to channel and track visibility and say hide selected channels tracks. So we're going to select all tracks that have no data, and then after that is done, we're going to disable those tracks. So that's freeing up memory, freeing up system resources. And then we want to go to the channel and track visibility to hide those particular channels. So if I did this right, so we have this track selected, I'll hit apply. And now those tracks are hidden and disabled. So if we come here, we can see that we open up the cello track, it's disabled. We could right click to enable it. So it's disabled, it's not taking any particular CPU resources. In version 11, you can make a project logical editor to do this, save it as a preset, add that first preset as a macro, and then add auto disable/enable track, and then channel and track visibility hide selected. So if you have like a big template with lots of tracks, and like, I remember talking to Hans Zimmer once, he's like, oh, you use 700 tracks, but what do I do with all the empty ones? We're like, oh, now you could just hide them and disable them, so that gives you back your system resources for you. All right, let's see if there's one more quick question we could get in from the live chat. Thank you so much. And once again, there will be no live stream on this upcoming Friday because of the holiday here in the U.S. Okay. Okay, so you see Byron K says, is there any way to use electric bass effects like slide, slap, ghost notes, etc. without a piano keyboard? So it could really depend on the instrument itself. So if we go to add a track and we have the instrument, and we go to, let's say, Hallian Sonic, and if you have like the electric bass instrument, so we'll come over here, and so it's just, so if we go to the electric bass instrument, and if the instrument doesn't have the capability to do that, then you're not going to be able to mimic it really. But this will allow you to do different styles. You could have different notes that will just be set up for different kind of articulations. So as you kind of just work on this, let's see if we get this. But they've actually gone through and sampled all the different slides. So generally, all that information can be written into the file. So it depends on the instrument's capabilities. If you have the electric bass in Hallian, which is available in Hallian for Hallian, or it's in the Absolute 6 collection, it has all that taken into account. So with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up. I want to thank everyone for the great live stream. If you have any questions, please feel free to send them in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de, and we'll see everyone back on next Tuesday for the next live stream. Thank you so much. Everyone have a wonderful Thanksgiving if you're in the U.S., and we'll see you back on next Tuesday. Goodbye.